we want to double check with you that you are ready for SSRMS to power down.
I'm comfortable with SSRMS power down. How about you, Jess?
I concur.
Okay. ED is good for SSRMS power down.
M1 copies, and I understand that it's also GCA complete, and we are going to save the arm.
He copies.
The arm is saved.
Copy, safe.
Copy, the arm is saved. We will take the power down from the ground. We are going to wait for the joint 6 demate bolt until the power down is complete. But, Jess, you can ready the PGT with the ERAD. This will be the joint 6 mate demate bolt.
And with that, we did get confirmation that the arm is in a config that allows the proper positioning as well as proper visuals for the next portion of today's spacewalk. You did hear the go for power down. Power down actually happens from here on the ground inside Mission Control Houston from our Robo flight controller. So they'll step through procedures to power down the arm. That will take about 5 minutes or so.
Will also involve your PGT for the EDF on Joint 6.
Copy, yeah, I'll get my settings set.
Choose a third hand for this ERAD.
Yeah.
And the next set of tasks that our spacewalkers today will work towards will involve removing a set of joints and bolts in order to gain access to the failed joint, that is joint number 5 on the Canadarm2. Once they have access to joint number 5, they will work to remove the joint and then swap it out with the spare joint that they retrieved earlier today. We are now 2 hours and 15 minutes into the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades.
I think I'm in a good position for that now with the ERAD aligned in the correct orientation.
And Jenny, my PGT got inadvertently turned off, so I turned it back on. Good cow. And I'm ready in Bravo 7, counter 2, for when it comes time for EDF.
Probably timed out.
That makes sense.
Okay, copy. And Chris, we will have you stand by until we have released the mate demate bolt.
B1, copy all.
Are you saying that's a go to release it, or are we still waiting?
We are still waiting.
Okay, copy.
While we're waiting for the power down here, Chris, we had EDF 3 and 4 written with your PGT, and then we thought that you might need for EDF 5 the ERAD. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree with that. 3 and 4, my PGT will work. 5, definitely need the ERAD. Jessica might also be able to get 5 just as easily. I'm not sure.
5 I can easily get.
Yeah, that's the one on the, yeah.
Okay.
This one right here.
5 on joint 6.
Oh, on joint 6.
That's good to know. We'll keep that in mind when we get to it.
I'm not sure if you can or not, but
no. I can't even see 5. I can just see 6, 1. Then right, yeah. See 6, 1, and 2.
Okay, yeah. Then I can take 5 with the ERAD.
Copy all, you two. SSRMS is powered down. So with that, Jess, you have a go to release that joint 6 mate demate bolt. This is 35 turns at the bolt, 70 turns on the ERAD at the PGT.
Okay, Jenny, I'm going to count turns on the PGT, and I'm going to try to get lined up here.
Copy. We'll expect 70. That's 70 turns.
And with confirmation that the Canadarm2 has successfully been powered down from here on the ground in Houston, our spacewalkers are using the pistol grip tool, or the PGT, to help demate bolts on Joint 6.
Not quite able to get it on there yet.
Copy.
And from this view on your screen here, we can see today's spacewalkers as they work to remove that bolt on the joint to gain better access. The joint number 5 that will be swapped out today is in the center of your screen relative to our spacewalkers.
Okay, I'm on the bolt. I'm going to start turns.
Houston copies.
And my PGT turned off.
Copy.
And on the lower portion of your screen there, you can see NASA astronaut Jessica Mirashi wraps up using that pistol grip tool to release the bolt on Joint 6.
LED test battery 46, 40.4. Have Alpha 2, counter 3 set.
Good readback of settings.
I'm on the bolt, starting turn.
Copy.
Mir and Williams are working to demate the bolts on the Joint 6, though that's not the joint that will be swapped out today, that's Joint 5, but this will help them get better access to remove the latching end effector of the space station, sometimes called the Lee, but this is essentially the hands of the Canadarm2. These will be removed shortly after these bolts are demated in order to get full access to joint number 5, which is the joint that will be swapped out today.
Came to a hard stop at, I counted 69 turns. I see 70 turns on the PGT.
Copy. Hard stop. 69 turns, 70 on the PGT. Let's check the indicator.
I can see that the indicator is now protruded.
Okay, that is good news, Jess.
A very difficult position.
Yeah, we understand. You did a great job there. We will have you roll your APFR to Lima to a more vertical position. Your next step will be to drive the EDFs for release. And Chris, if you are in position, we will take a verification.
I think I'm going to...
Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, I just wanted to I'm going to have to give Chris the PGT maybe briefly in order to roll.
Okay, and once you are
got the ERAD
rolled appropriately, you will be releasing EDFs.
Okay, copy.
Hold on, I think the rat for the PGT is caught on something.
I think it's just caught itself. There's nothing back here.
It's caught on the arm. Oh, there it is.
And Chris, am I on the roll pedal?
You are a little bit inboard. If you go a little bit wider out, you'll be there. There you are. Yeah, I saw you move up a clip.
Yeah, I'm in a good position.
And we are in a handover between our satellites here and do not have visuals of the crew members as they continue work to remove those bolts to get better access to joint number 5 ahead of the eventual swap of that joint with the spare that they retrieved earlier today. But we do still have voice communications with the crew aboard the space station.
That looks like vertical. Oh, no, you're not clicked in. You're not clicked in. You're one click off vertical still. A little more outboard.
I'm hitting the hub module. Okay, there we go.
You're still one click off vertical.
Yeah, I think my plus is hitting the...
Hey, you look like you're on the pedal. I think you might not have been on the pedal for it.
I feel like I'm vertical now.
You're still one click off, but if that works for you, that works.
I think it might be my swing arm on the... Yeah, let me get my swing arm back.
Chris, understand you have eyes on this APFR roll, but we do want you to get ready to release the EDF.
I do.
Either you can start with the ERAD if you need it for a
You're
bolt,
vertical now.
or start with your PGT.
I can start on 5 with the ERAD if that makes sense now, or I can pass it back to Jessica.
We like you starting on EDF 5 with the ERAD.
Copy EDF 5 with the ERAD in work.
Your settings are Bravo 2, counter 2.
And do you have settings? Bravo 2, counter 2 with ERAD.
Confirm.
Bravo counter 2 is set.
Copy, set. For EDF 5, we're looking for 11 turns at the PGT.
Copy, 11 turns at the PGT. Starting turns on Joint 6, EDF number 5.
Good words.
And as Williams continues to use the pistol grip tool to remove that fastener, we are getting a view from here inside Mission Control Houston of the flight control team that is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Koviak. Today's ground IV is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, and our Capcom, or capsule communicator, which has been communicating with the crew on board space station, is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide.
Check on EDF 5. When Jess is ready, you can hand the PGT back to her.
Copy, in work.
Okay, I'm still not able to get fully vertical. I think that I'm hitting pump module. I'm going to have to try one more roll. Am I on the pedal now?
No, negative. You're on the foot loop. A little more outboard. Yep, you're on the pedal. Yep. You're on the toe, the heel clip, so a little bit more outboard still. Now you're on the pedal.
Chris and Jess, for awareness, we are about 1 minute away from an area of potentially ratty calm due to blockage. It'll last about 3 minutes long. Again, we're 1 minute away from that.
Copy. You're still one click away from vertical, unfortunately. Like,
I feel like I'm hitting the module.
Yeah.
I think I'm going there, and then it doesn't lock because I'm hitting the module.
You're like super close.
I have my pliff. I think my vapor pliff is hitting the pump module, so...
You look like you're there now.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're locked, you're there.
Okay, I think it is locked now.
Yep, I think you're there.
Okay.
All right, great job. Jess, you can take the ERAD PGT.
Okay, copy.
Got it.
Have it.
Okay, copy that. Crew lock bag kind of came with you. Hopefully it's not in the way.
So why don't we lock this out a little bit?
For the rat?
Yeah. Oh, it's okay right now. Okay. And I am good for any of these EDFs, or I'm going to say one for last.
Yep, that's what we
I
have
can do
written.
2 or 6.
You can do EDF2 or EDF6. Your settings are Bravo 2, counter 2.
And Jenny, I am ready to work on 3 and 4, looking for settings.
Bravo 7, counter 2, settings for Chris.
Settings for Chris, Bravo 7, counter 2, set.
And that was Bravo 2, counter 2 for Jessica?
Affirm.
Now 2 hours and 30 in in today's spacewalk, we are continuing to hear Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons provide good words up to the crew on board space station. Just moments ago, continuing to give language about the pistol grip tool settings that they should be utilizing in order to remove these fasteners and bolts from the 6th joint on the Canadarm2.
Going out nicely.
This will help the crew members gain access to joint number 5, which will be the joint that is swapped out later today.
For EDF2, and you can pull the lanyard out.
Actually, Jenny, and I turned on the PG, and it was fully released.
And it does look like we are in that expected period of communications where we don't have perfect communications. This happens from time to time when we have handover between our satellites, but we don't expect it to last long, just about 3 minutes or so. Then we'll have communications restored with the crew that is outside the International Space Station currently, as well as to the ground. We might hear intermittent communications between now and then as well.
5.5 turns and pulled out fully.
Okay, Houston's back with you.
Okay, I'm going to get into a position
That
for
was
6.
some Radicom. We copy EDF4 released and pulled out. Jess, I missed your clarification on EDF2.
So EDF2 release, was it released at 5.5 turns on the PGT, so half the number of turns is expected.
Okay, we copy and understand you're moving on to EDF6.
Yep, and I'm working on EDF3.
Copy, that's the right bolt.
Starting EDF 6.
Copy.
EDF3 fully released with 5.5 turns and pulled out.
Copy. Good EDF3 release. Chris, you can stow your PGT.
Copy. PGT stowed.
Jenny, I have 11 turns on the PGT on bolt 6, fully released.
Copy. EDF 6 fully released. The lanyard is pulled out. Jess, you will be releasing the final bolt while Chris gets into config to maintain control of the Lee cluster. I would like you to ret to, we have written joint 7 scoop before that final bolt.
I can copy, and that was just with a mini workstation wrap.
Affirm, 25 seconds to handover.
And can you confirm the position that I should be in, Jenny, for this?
You should roll vertical to Bravo. Short handover.
If you're just joining us today, we are 2 hours and 34 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir exited the Quest airlock at 7:30 a.m. Central Time this morning and are working to replace a wrist joint that malfunctioned during normal Canadarm2 operations on May 27th.
Copy.
Thus far, the crew has retrieved the spare joint from the International Space Station and temporarily stowed it, and are working to complete procedures in order to gain access to joint number 5, which includes removing some bolts and attachments and eventually removing the Lee or latching end effector, essentially the hands of the Canadarm2.
Anywhere on this EDF or anything.
Copy.
Houston's back with you after the handover, and we see the ret to the scoop for Jess. Before you release this bolt, we have a couple of things to talk through. Chris, let me know when your APFR is set, and I'll give you the words.
And just one quick thing, we need to move this spare point. It's kind of in the way. So I'm going to need to rotate it.
Copy, we see that.
Okay, I think that's in a good position now.
All right, we agree. And Chris, confirm, it looks like you're in Bravo, is that right?
I can't see my flicks on my... I am more vertical than I was. But
you're not as vertical as me, so I think you're one vertical, you're not vertical, you're one forward.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we think this is a sufficient position to release the last bolt and maintain control, is that right?
Yep, I concur. I have a good hold on both scoops.
Okay.
I think I'm going to have to change my scoop on joint 6 because it's interfering. It is interfering, unfortunately, with the ERAD. I didn't think it would, but given the multiple angles here, it will. So I think I'm going to have to put it pointing forward later, but then I need to assess that reach.
Copy, we're talking about it. 30 seconds to hand over.
PGT if that might work.
I probably could do it with your PGT, but then you would have to put your PGT back.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think, Jenny?
Short handover.
So see, I don't know if you can see, but
yeah, and
the handle is just like, it looks like it's going on.
And we're in another brief handover period between our satellites, but we'll regain those communications and visuals here shortly. Today's spacewalk is the third of the year, as well as the third of Expedition 74, which is the current increment aboard the International Space Station.
We will not have eyes on you for the next 7 minutes or so. I'll take a status, and I have some words for you before release.
And Chris, I think I did get into a position.
Copy, yeah, I see you on it.
Yeah.
So Jessica's just, I've got good control. ED1 has good control of 2 scoops on joints 6 and 7. Jessica has the ERAD on the last EDF.
Okay.
Confirm, I have the ERAD ready, and I'm ready to release.
Copy. Before we release, we do need to do a HAP and a glove check before we do the mass handling for the Lee cluster, so I'll take that from you both.
Copy. E1 has a dry HAP and no change to the gloves.
V2, same.
All right, that's a good config. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes into this 6-hour, 30-minute EVA. Limiting consumable EV2 battery, 7 hours and 35 minutes. We are 15 minutes down on the timeline. But with that, we are ready, if you two are, to release the final EDF. And Chris, you maintain control. You have to avoid contact with the Lee mouth, latches, and CLA lens and light. And Chris, once you pass control back to Jess, you will be getting out of your APFR and on the FSE first. We are go.
Copy that and confirm you have a ret on the Jessica.
I do.
All right. Yep, I'm good.
And your visor's in a good config. I just put mine down.
Yep.
Okay. Ready. If you give me a go, I'm going to start releasing.
Yep, I'm go for you to release.
Okay, copy, go.
And with that, we did hear a bit of communication between the ground and our spacewalkers, NASA astronauts, Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. We heard a glove and a HAP check. That, again, happens from time to time throughout the duration of every spacewalk that we do. The crew takes a look at their gloves, makes sure there's no cuts or tears in the gloves, as well as does a HAP, helmet absorption pad check. This is a absorbent pad that is inside the helmet of every crew member when they do a spacewalk to help absorb any liquid should it become loose during a spacewalk. Both crew members reported good gloves, good HAPs, and have the go to remove the last attachment on the Lee cluster, that latching end effector cluster, essentially the arms of the hands rather of the Canadarm2. Once this is done, the crew will have much better access to the joint number 5 area of the Canadarm2, which is the joint that will be removed and replaced during today's spacewalk.
And maybe a little bit more station aft, and then we can start this rotation.
Copy.
Ready to start the rotation?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, we'll watch the clearance of this joint, and we'll start a gentle roll.
Okay, coming slowly.
Yep. Okay, we're going to need to come a little more station out.
See that?
Okay.
Okay, I need to switch hands.
Okay, I'll hold here.
Okay, you have control?
I have control.
Yeah, back on.
Okay, if you're back on, I'm going to switch hands.
Okay.
All right, I'm switching hands.
I have control.
You have control. Okay, we're going to need to come more station aft. I'm back on.
Okay. can't see the clearance anymore to my left because my arm's in the way.
We don't have any. We need to move a fair bit station aft. Can you take control with both hands? I need to get myself more vertical, I think.
I have control with both hands.
All right, you have control with both hands. I'm releasing. And I am working to get myself fully vertical.
And we do have a couple minutes remaining in this handover where we will not have visualization of NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. Again, this does happen from time to time as we have handover between our satellites. We can continue to hear them during this handover period, though. You're getting a look from live inside Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center. The Orbit 2 team is on console supporting today's spacewalk.
I'm in a comfortable position, so take your time.
The flight director during this Orbit 2 shift is NASA Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, who you can see on your screen there. Today's ground IV, who has been communicating with the crew during the duration of today's spacewalk, now approaching 2 hours and 45 minutes, is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons.
Repositioning this spare, which is right in my workspace.
So you're above the tow loop?
Yep. Thank you.
And we should be getting visuals back of the crew here momentarily.
Okay, moving the spare. I'm just going to move the spare way out of the way.
Yeah, because remember, we're going to both have to squeeze in there, so
yeah.
I would say as far starboard and zenith as it can get.
Yeah, I agree.
Really tighten up that ball stack. Also, just so you don't get caught on anything, the camera on your rep, right, the rep on your camera is not, yeah.
I see it.
And it's, yeah, I think looking at the rest of your tethers, I see a good config. I think it gives me a preview as well.
All right. Yep, I'm looking at you. Your tethers all looking at good config. You need to bring the Lee a little bit more towards me so I can get a hand on it.
Okay.
Okay. Working it. And I've got one hand.
I still have two hands, and
I got two hands.
So we are touching the joint 5, which is okay. It's just the MLI is touching the MLI, but we can't come any more nadir.
Yep, let's come station aft. Okay. Okay, how are we? Let's see. I'm about as far aft as I can get with my hands.
Yeah, same for me. Right now, I wish my scoop on joint 7 was pointed 180 out.
Yeah.
And as you can see on your screen here, now that we do have those visuals back, the Lee, or latching end effector, the hands of the Canadarm to have successfully been removed by Williams and Meir. They're going to now work on temporarily stowing that Lee cluster, as they don't need it right this second. They'll next move towards replacing the joint number 5, but then once that is complete, they will need to reinstall this Lee that they just removed to ensure functionality of the arm has fully returned.
Okay, so we need to come more aft.
Yeah, I can't really come any more aft.
Okay, I think I need to hop out then and get my BRT on the FSE. And I might be able to come up high enough to grab this, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
And I can definitely get it down, I think, toward you.
Yeah. Okay, you have it held?
Stay firm. I have good control.
Okay, I'm releasing control.
I have control.
You have control.
Houston's following along. We agree with the plan. Chris, Once you are down on the FSE with your BRT down and you are close enough to one of the scoops, you will be putting down a RET for a RET swap.
Copy that. I have egressed and I'm down the FSE.
One thing to remember that when we get in and out of the APFRs, you can feel it move.
Yeah.
So, extra tight grip because everything moves, including Fuzzy in your hand.
Yeah. I'm going to roll this APFR.
And a pretty breathtaking view here of NASA astronaut Chris Williams from his helmet camera as he peers down at the Earth below as it flies just off the coast of Baja, California. You can see the arm 2 extended out as the duo works to repair that joint number 5 in the Canadarm 2, which launched on April 19th, 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed on April 22nd, 2001 by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. The arm has been an absolute workhorse for the assembly and maintenance and upgrade of the International Space Station. It's played a key role during a number of spacewalks throughout the over 25 years of continuous human presence on board the space station, and also is utilized to move experiments around outside the external portion of the International Space Station, and is used to capture and berth the Cygnus cargo spacecraft.
Okay.
At this time, we are continuing to get those helmet views of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he moves his way over to temporarily stow the latching end effector that Mir and Williams just removed. You are beginning to see a little bit of a view on his wrist there of his procedures. That checklist is utilized by the spacewalkers throughout the duration of their spacewalk, as well as when they are depressing and repressing, alongside teams on the ground who are following very closely with those same procedures here in a little more detail, but the crew members do have access to that throughout the duration of their spacewalk. And as you can see there, as it moves slightly, as Jessica Mir continues to hold on to it, that latching end effector has successfully been removed as part of today's procedures, and that will help gain access to the joint number 5, which will be taken off and swapped out with the spare joint the duo removed from the outside of the International Space Station a short time ago. But first, that Lee needs to be temporarily stowed in a location just slightly out of the way to allow access to joint number 5.
Put your legs on the port side of your boot plate.
Yeah,
and have the APFR behind you might actually help stabilize you.
Okay. I can get one hand on it.
Okay, and is your BRT as tight as you want?
Tight as I can get it.
Okay. The other joints as well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right, I've got one hand.
Okay, copy.
All right. And you can come
towards... You want me to push the... let's talk about the plan. Push it towards you?
Yeah, push it towards me.
Okay, pushing towards you. I have 1.5 hands on.
Okay. Got 2 hands?
Okay, you have 2 hands.
Sure. I've got it.
Stable?
It's stable.
Okay. And what about a rep swap first?
Yep, can you hold it?
I can hold it here.
Yep, you got it held?
I have it held.
All right, I'm getting a rep.
Good job, you two. We're following along.
I've got it redded.
Okay, copy.
And I've got it held with 2 hands.
Okay. You have 2 hands. I'm going to release my rep.
Okay.
I've released my rep.
Copy.
So I think at this point the idea would be for me to egress.
Stay firm.
That's right, Jess. We have you repositioning to the forward port corner of the FSE.
Okay, and I don't have a lot of clearance, just so you know, Chris. Like
You want me to bring it a little towards me?
Yeah, as close to you as you can, comfortably.
All right, this is about as close as I got.
Okay.
Now, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who is completing her 5th spacewalk, is working to egress or exit her APFR, that's the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, which gives crew members traction and hold and gives them a secure spot to work from during spacewalks. So she's going to get out of that APFR and then help Williams, who is now holding on to the latching end effector that has since been released. She'll help him secure it to a temporary stowage location, enabling them to have good access to joint number 5, where they will remove it and replace it with the extra spare that it has been retrieved from outside the space station.
You see my clearance from the lease?
I can see that you're clear.
Okay.
You're going to be close when you come up, but you're going to make it. Okay, you're close on the left now.
Copy. I need to try to roll onto my left. Get a DOT down.
And this view on your screen of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir on the lower portion of the screen as she continues to make her way around in order to help Chris Williams temporarily stow that Lee cluster.
Yep.
I like the reel got back.
Yeah, I'm going to get a local down and go back.
Copy.
We're also getting a good view of the Earth in the background just behind the Canadarm2, where our spacewalkers are completing the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. The space station does orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, which means they see a sunrise and a sunset every 45 minutes as they travel 17,500 miles per hour, about 250 to 260 miles above the Earth.
You come back up, you're close to the lee.
Okay.
Earlier this morning, we had the pleasure of noticing the International Space Station flew right overhead here in Houston, Texas. But the International Space Station flies over other areas too. You can track where the International Space Station is flying over with our app, Spot the Station, or online. You can see when the International Space Station will be flying over your area. The International Space Station has been continuously occupied for over 25 years, since the year 2000, and in that time, 292 individuals from 26 countries have visited the International Space Station. And right now, there are currently 7 human beings living and working aboard the International Space Station and completing key scientific research that will enable our return to the moon and on to Mars.
I've got one hand on it. I've got 2 hands on it.
Copy.
Let me see if I'm stable.
Yep, my BRT is getting bent a little bit.
Okay, I feel stable, and I have a handrail that I can grab as well.
Okay.
If I need to let go of the scoop.
Copy.
So I need to do a ret swap.
A firm, ret swap.
A firm. Ret swap to your mini workstation, Ret.
I have 2 hands still?
I have 2 hands. I've got it controlled.
Okay.
And Jess, whatever is easiest for your ret swap, reminder, you will be removing joint 6 scoop later, so that would be more convenient if it's within reach.
Copy. I'm going to move it there just to save that for later, because I think it's going to be hard for me to reach 7.
Copy.
Wait, that is 7. Had it on 6. Okay. And I've got it on the joint 6 scoop. The good rat, Chris, you can release your rat.
Copy. I'm taking one hand off and releasing my rat. You have control.
I have control.
You have control.
Houston's following along.
Watch motion later.
Yep. Okay, I got my ret back off. I've got 2 hands back on it.
Copy. I feel like I'm in a good position for you to translate aft.
Okay, yep, I'm going to come around aft.
Or, I mean, I think that's what's going to work better. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think in this situation, yeah. I think me coming around to the aft side will work best. It's a bit of a reach for me from here.
I agree.
Okay, I'm going to let go. Do you have full control?
I have full control.
Okay, I'm going to try to do my best not to bump this as I am getting out of here. But it's going to be tough.
I have good control. It's also braced against my CRT a little bit.
Copy.
Then a reminder, the spare is behind you and the Zenith.
Copy. Yep.
So stay low on ESP2.
Yep, I just need to get my RT off, which... I feel like I'm contacting the lead a tiny bit.
Yeah, it's pushing towards me, but that's okay.
Okay.
At this hour, we have now surpassed the 3-hour, 2-minute mark into today's spacewalk, the 280th outside the International Space Station. Mir and Williams have successfully removed the spare joint from outside the International Space Station and temporarily stowed it. They have also worked to remove the Lee cluster, or latching end effector cluster, which you see them now working to temporarily stow that to gain access to joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, which you see in the center of your screen there. That's the joint that is going to be swapped out today. Once that is complete, the duo will reinstall the Lee, and the arm will be powered back on to test electrical connection of the arm.
Okay, and I am translating around aft.
Okay, I have good control.
You have good control.
Nice work, Chris. We see you on the move.
And in this view as well, we are also seeing the new joint that will be installed, and the top right to middle of your screen there next to Chris Williams. That was retrieved earlier this morning from outside the International Space Station and has been secured on that handrail there temporarily while the crew completes additional work on the Canadarm to gain access to that fifth joint.
I've got some rats from the mutt caught on my helmet.
Looks like they're on your left side.
Yep.
Usually a down and out motion work.
Yep, I got him.
Okay, good job.
I'm picking up. Moving.
Just an FYI for later, Chris, that vet got locked.
Yeah.
When we pick it up, it's okay. Just watch it, it doesn't get caught in something else.
Copy that.
And from this view, we can see NASA astronaut Chris Williams in the spacesuit with the red stripes as he continues to translate. And then NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who's in kind of the upper middle portion of your screen there. She's wearing the unmarked spacesuit. This is the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir.
Okay. Back around, getting into a good VRT position.
Okay, what I'm hoping is we can actually make this the whole maneuver to soft dock.
I concur.
I think that I will be able to push it back to get it all the way there. And then as soon as you can get a hand on it, I think we can help get lined up.
Copy that.
I see the barber pole on my side and I see the barber pole over here. Basically, I will just have to rotate it a little bit.
Okay. Just get my BRT down.
Watch your head and the...
Okay, let me get rigidized, and I will be right with you.
Are you going to be able to pull it aft though and not pull it into you?
With one hand, yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, I've got not a great grip on the scoop, but I can move it out.
Okay, I'm ready to move aft.
All right, let's come aft. Okay, slow. 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 Okay, I think that seems pretty close to the line.
Okay, no, it's not.
Okay.
The barber pole needs to come,
Oh, I'm losing the grip.
so basically we need to rotate it towards the aft a little bit. We're getting close now.
Okay.
And a little bit more.
Okay.
I think I see a soft dock lined up.
I see you lined up.
Let's try to come down.
All right, come down. Okay. I see soft dock on this side. How are you looking?
I see. I'm expecting to see the thing on the bottom move, click.
Yeah.
It looks like it's lined up.
I can try an EDF. Do you have it held?
Have it held.
Do you have it held? EDF 5 is in.
Okay, copy.
Okay.
Great work.
I can see.
Okay, I can push 6 in as well. Haven't sure both pushed in?
Okay, do we want to do 3 on that side then if it's easier?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Because I have all this stuff, like releasing them will be harder on this side.
Yep, I can do 4, 5, and 6.
Great job.
Yep, we agree. Very, very well done,
Okay.
both of you. We are expecting EDFs 4, 5, and 6, and those are also the ones that we can drive with Chris's PGT from the aft side.
Yep, and getting ready.
And we're getting a good view now of NASA astronaut Chris Williams as he prepares his pistol grip tool in order to secure the latching end effector that has been removed from the Canadarm2. This is going to be temporarily stowed in this location to allow access to that 5th joint that's going to be swapped out today. And then they'll put the latching end effector back on the arm after the joint has been swapped out.
So we'll do the same thing in a reverse later on.
Okay, looking for PTT settings.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2, set.
We're looking for 5.5 turns, and then we'll take your PGT good words, and then you can re-trigger each bolt until you get less than a quarter turn.
Copy that. 5.5 turns, and then come back and re-trigger the less than a quarter. Okay. Starting turns. On. Now let me get a better position. Starting turns on 6.
Copy.
Okay. That was 5.5 turns. I did get low torque at the end of 5.5 turns. I'll come back afterwards and hit it again, or do you want me to go till?
You can re-trigger now, and I heard 5.5 turns, and this is EDF 6, so you can re-trigger.
Thanks for two. Okay, re-triggered, did not turn, and I got green light.
Copy. That is
And it was less than a quarter turn.
less than a quarter turn. Good bolt on EDF 6. We're good for you to move to EDF 5 or EDF 4.
Copy. Gonna do EDF 5 next.
Copy.
And Williams continuing to use the pistol grip tool to install those fasteners to temporarily stow the latching end effector.
starting turns on 5.
Copy.
Okay, that was 5.5 turns, and it worked out with the green light. I'm going to retrigger on it.
Copy. 5.5 turns, torqued out, green light, waiting for the retrigger.
Okay, retrigger, no turns.
Copy. That's EDF 5 complete. You can move to EDF 4.
Copy. I need to adjust my position here.
We are now 3 hours and 15 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station in support of maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today, our spacewalkers are NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. This is the second spacewalk for Williams and the fifth for Meir. The duo are working to replace a wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
Should I start repositioning, or do you want me to still stay here with a hand on it?
Checking. Jess, you can reposition, but we need the RET and scoop to stay on it until 3D EDFs are turned.
Okay, copy. In that case, I will wait because I'm going to remove that RET as my first action anyway, right? That scoop?
Yes, you'll be removing that scoop. As written, we have your BRT RET to the scoop, so we might want to do a RET swap to set us up well for stowing the failed joint on your BRT with that RET scoop later.
Okay, copy.
Okay, and I'm in position for 4. Confirm Bravo 7 clockwise 2. 5.5.
Okay, firm.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
And Williams is now working to secure that last fastener on the lee or latching end effector cluster that the duo worked to remove a short time ago in order to gain better access to the fifth joint on the Canadarm2, which will be swapped out today.
Get a slightly better BRT rigidization. Okay, that was 5 turns, and I got a low torque. I'm going to give it another hit.
Copy.
Okay, that was green light, 25.4 torque, and less than a quarter turn.
Copy. Green light, 25.4 on the torque and less than a quarter turn. That is a good bolt. We will have you confirm that those EDFs cannot be pulled out by the lanyards, and if that's the case, you can stow your PGT.
Okay, Okay, stand by 1.
And Jenny, I've swapped onto my BRT rat on the scoop on joint 6.
Copy.
And I can confirm 4, 5, and 6 cannot be pulled out by hand.
All right, excellent.
On the lanyard.
That is a good temp stow of the Lee cluster. Well done. Chris, you can attach your BRT ret to the square scoop on joint 6 on the starboard side. You will both be taking those respective scoops with you.
Copy and work.
And I've got my ret off of joint 6. Sorry, my scoop off of joint 6.
Copy. You can temp stow it on your mini workstation and make your way out of your hidey hole. We will take a glove inspection, hap check, and safer handle check.
Copy.
And with that, we did hear the good news that the Lee latching end effector was successfully temporarily stowed, and now the crew is going to perform another glove and hap check as well as ensure that their safers are configured if needed. If you were tuning in with us earlier this morning, you'll recall that the safers are the simplified aid for EVA rescue and are worn on the back of the crew members and provides a little boost should it be required to get the crew back to the International Space Station in the very unlikely event that they become untethered. Sometimes you'll hear this referred to as a space jetpack, but it just propels the crew back to the International Space Station should it be required. We do not expect that today, but it is worn as a precautionary measure during all spacewalks.
Okay, I took the adjustable off of joint 6 scoop. I've got the joint 6 scoop on my BRT ret. I've got a dry hap. And no change to my gloves for EV1.
Copy. When you both are clear of your tight workspaces, we will take safer checks from both of you, safer handle checks, and then get you to translate back to your APFRs.
Copy. And just to confirm, I should remove this scoop right now and take it with me on my mini
Yes,
workstation?
ma'am. Thanks, Chris.
Copy.
Jess, after the safer handle check, we will have you roll your APFR from Lima to Juliet.
Okay, copy. Not in a position right now to do a safer handle check, but I can do it in just 1 minute.
Sounds good.
I've retrieved the scoop.
Copy.
I can confirm my right safer handle is down. And left handle's down.
Great. 2 safer handle checks on EV2.
And with that, good confirmation for both of the crew members' safers, as well as for their helmet absorption pads inside of their helmets and their gloves as well.
Rolling this APFR to Juliet, which is the forwardmost position,
To Juliet.
firm before you ingress, and that is because our next action is going to be the joint 5 mate demate bolt.
Copy. I am in Juliet.
Copy. Good roll.
Okay. Can confirm my right safer handle is down. Working my translation.
Copy. Right safer handle for EV1 is down.
And my left safer handle is down.
2 good safer handle checks on Chris. Thank you.
Beautiful moon right now. Thinking about our Artemis cruise and mission, so it looks gorgeous.
We love it. Short handover.
And some good words there from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. She reflects on the full moon that they have a great view of from the International Space Station. Thinking of the Artemis II crew is what she had mentioned. Here inside Mission Control Houston, today's ground IV is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, who played a key role during the Artemis II mission. If you listened in, I'm sure you had the lovely opportunity of listening to her serve as Capcom for Artemis II, communicating directly with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy during their test flight around the moon.
Back in the APSR.
All right, great. You can ensure that the ingress aid is tucked in, and then the next step for you is to retrieve the PGT. Understand that might be difficult to do until Chris is in place. Chris, I have APFR settings for you when ready.
Copy. I'm just getting around. Corner.
Jenny, I'm leaving my ingress aid where I can see it, but untucked. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be exact right height where it often gets caught underneath my T-bar. I have to leave it out in front of me a little bit to avoid that.
Okay, we copied that from before, and that should be fine. Thanks for letting us know.
And just to note, it does happen. It happened several times where I got it caught and had to reposition, when you're moving around in the APFR.
Copy.
But I was able to get it out, obviously, each time, so...
And another view from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston. Today's Orbit 2 team is being led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak.
Visual with this position as a mate, the indicator.
Copy.
Meanwhile, outside the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are working to translate or move back towards the location that the Canadarm2 currently is in order to have better access to that fifth joint on it to remove it. They'll both be getting back into the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, or APFR. As a reminder, that is used during spacewalks to provide some additional traction and hold during spacewalks for crew members.
Clean up the wreck situation on the spare joint. Right now, there's a scoop on the spare joint which has a ret on it going back to the FRAM, and also a ret from the ball stack mutt going back to the FRAM.
The mutt one was unnecessary, but obviously we'll need to ret it at some point.
Yeah.
When we retrieve it, so you could leave them both there and just have them unlocked.
Copy.
Agree with that, Jenny?
We're talking. All right, we suggest...
And I'm ready for APFR settings.
Okay, just to finish the thought on the mutt ball stack mutt, we would suggest that you move the ret, which is on the mutt ball stack mutt, so that it's completely on the mutt ball stack mutt. So that is the one that's on the FRAM goes also to the mutt ball stack mutt, because as you say, it's not required. And if you do want your APFR settings now, we're expecting Charlie and 6 prior to your ingress.
Copy Charlie and 6, and I'm working this ret situation.
Copy all.
And I have the scoop on joint 5. Handle's pointing off, and it's has a good lock.
Copy. Good config. Jess, while you have a spare minute, you clarify all the EDFs in front of you have at least one of the lanyards intact.
Yes, I can confirm that. All 3 that I can see.
Copy. Thank you.
That would be 4 and 5.
Okay, Brett is back on the ball stack mutt. And I heard Charlie and 6 for the ATFR setting.
Good words, Charlie and 6. And I'm also supposed to remind you to set up your waist tethers to roll between Charlie and Bravo as required, because we no longer have the lead cluster for you to react against.
Copy that. Yep, I got my waist tether set up. Just have to untangle my scoop, Brett. Okay, roll of Charlie is set.
Copy.
And I'm working my ingress.
Copy.
And here on your screen, we are continuing to see our spacewalkers today. NASA astronaut Chris Williams on the top of your screen and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir on the lower portion of the screen as they return to the Canadarm2. They're working to get back into the articulating portable foot restraints, which will give them some traction and a bit of hold while they work to remove the joint 5, which is the very center circular looking object in the center of your screen there. They're going to remove that and swap it out with the spare joint, which they retrieved from outside the International Space Station earlier. You can see that spare joint floating just behind Williams' head. We have surpassed the 3-hour and 30-minute mark in today's spacewalk, now at 3 hours and 32 minutes.
Okay, I'm in.
Copy, Chris. Next step for you is to pass EV2's PGT to them. They'll be working the mate-demate bolts, and as you work that, I have a big picture update for you.
Copy that, and standby 1. And my TCV is up to 4.
Copy, TCV 4 for Chris.
And ready to copy an update.
All right, as you retrieve that PGT with the ERAD for Jess, I can tell you that we are just over 3 hours and 30 minutes into this 6.5-hour EVA. limiting consumable is EV2's battery at 7 hours and 35 minutes, and we're around 20 minutes down on the timeline. I also want you to know that there was a false fire on board, but the airlock is back in a nominal config, and ground is continuing to work cleanup steps.
Copy all. Thanks for the update.
Got it. 2 copies. I got it. Oh, watch that. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I wonder now if you should try to keep the bag on that side,
Yeah.
and we lock it out so that we.
Oh, but this is an adjustable, so I can pull it tight.
But no, I just meant with my rep.
Oh, lock it out. Yeah. Sure. I'll give you some slack and lock it out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the failed one, but see where the rep's running right now.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Okay, I got it under my scoop now. I think that's going to work.
Okay.
I'll lock it.
And then.
Actually, I might not lock it. I want it to retract. It's under the scoop, and the scoop's keeping it clear.
Okay, and I do not have my scoop attached yet, so just.
Okay, no worries.
Can you give me words on that, Jenny?
Checking. Yeah, we have it as written to do the mate-demate bolt first before the scoop.
Okay, copy.
Getting lined up for that.
And your settings, Jess, are Alpha 2, counter 3.
Alpha 2, counter 3.
Good words.
PGT's timed out again. I'll give it another cow.
Houston copies.
We'll pass. Good LED test. Battery 39.9.
Copy.
That was Alpha 2, counter 3.
Affirm, this will be 70 turns at the PGT.
C70.
And Chris, some additional words for you on that scoop.
I gotta fit out again.
You will not be installing that on the failed joint. That actually will go on the spare joint microsquare.
That's right. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
And as you can see here on your screen, we have entered into another night pass. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, so that means every 45 minutes the crew sees a sunset and a sunrise. At this time, the duo is back inside of their articulating portable foot restraints and are working to remove the failed joint from the Canadarm2. They'll utilize the pistol grip tool, which has been used quite frequently during today's spacewalk, in order to do so. Once that's removed, they will swap it out with the new joint that they retrieved from outside the International Space Station. That spare was already on board.
You think that you could... I think I'm on it now.
It looks good to us.
I concur. Okay, I'm going to start turns.
Ready. 70 turns at the PGT. move on to releasing the Joint 5 EDFs. Jess, you will be keeping the ERAD PGT. And Chris, you can retrieve your PGT.
Copy. Before we start, Jessica, I think I need to roll one more outboard.
Yes, you're not even with me.
Yeah, so I'm going to just use the micro square to kind of help me.
Yeah, or, I mean, it depends. If you can reach the EDS, you're fine, right?
Yeah, but this is better.
Okay.
Looks good to us.
And Jenny, if it's good with you, I'm going to start with EDF 5.
Copy. We had EDF 5, 4, and 3
I'm good.
for you, all with the ERAD. You can start with 5.
And settings?
Bravo 2, counter 2.
Bravo 2, counter 2.
That's a good readback.
And Mir has successfully utilized the pistol grip tool to remove that bolt. The duo will now work to remove fasteners in order to fully undock or remove that fifth joint from the Canadarm 2 ahead of swapping it out with the spare that is in the top portion of your screen there behind NASA astronaut Chris Williams wearing the red stripes, completing the second spacewalk of his career today.
I'm starting turns on EDF 5.
Okay, and settings for me, Jay?
Copy EDF 5. Chris, your settings are Bravo 7, counter 2.
Copy. Bravo 7, counter 2, set. Setting on EDF 6.
Copy EDF 6. This will be 5.5 turns to release.
Turns on the PGT for Jessica, and I have EV5 fully extracted.
Copy. EDF 5 fully released, 11 turns. You can move on to EDF 3 or 4.
Okay, 5.5 turns on EDF 6, and it is fully released and extracted.
Copy. Good. EDF 6 fully released and extracted. Chris, you can move on to EDF 2.
Copy EDF 2.
And each of our spacewalkers continuing to make good progress with the pistol grip tool on those fasteners, working to remove them together.
Copy.
I'm not undoing Chris is undoing the last one in this one, right? So I could do 4 first.
Affirm. You are maintaining control while Chris will release the final bolt, which is EDF 1. So he has one more bolt before he does that.
Copy.
And if you're just joining us this morning, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are 3 hours and 42 minutes into today's spacewalk outside the International Space Station. It's the 280th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. The task today is for our spacewalking duo of NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Jessica Mir to swap out a faulty joint on the Canadarm2. As you can see here on your screen there, Williams on the top of your screen and Mir on the bottom, they're right prime and center on that failed joint and are working together to remove it by taking out a series of bolts and fasteners.
Okay. Copy.
Previously this morning, the duo removed and secured a spare joint that was already outside the International Space Station, which you can see in the top of your screen there, just behind Williams. That's being temporarily stowed there to allow the crew members access to remove the joint that's no longer working. Once that's complete, they'll swap it out with the new joint and reinstall the latching end effector, essentially the hands of the Canadarm2. Once the Canadarm2 is put back together and this wrist surgery is complete, the arm will be powered on to ensure that there's good electrical connectivity, and the arm will be further tested this week to make sure that the spacewalk was successful. The Canadarm2 launched in 2001 on Space Shuttle Endeavour and was installed by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield and NASA astronaut Scott Parazynski. The arm has had 3 previous maintenance spacewalks, one in 2002, one in 2017, and most recently in 2018. And the arm is an absolute workhorse and has been critical to not only the assembly and maintenance, but the ongoing performance of the International Space Station. It helps move crew members around during spacewalks. It can move experiments from outside the International Space Station, and also is prime for capturing and berthing the Cygnus cargo resupply spacecraft.
Bolt 4.
And repairs to robotics like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years of continuous operations. The system was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind. The International Space Station has been continuously crewed for over 25 years. In fact, 292 visitors to the International Space Station have taken place from over 26 countries.
We want to think about securing that TrueLock bag better.
Yeah.
The bag stays tight. Maybe if you use that adjustable, it's on the outside, and also tack it down on the tether point, then it'll stay there.
Yeah, let me try that. It's a good idea. Let me still this.
I have 2 feet back in my APSR.
Oops, my scoop. My mini workstation is causing me all sorts of problems. It's getting caught on my Ingress aid.
Is there any reason why would I be able to put my BRT on the scoop before he releases that bolt? Or do you worry about side loading? I guess it doesn't matter as long as we don't take it out of it's okay like this.
Yeah, Jess, we didn't have it written that way, but if it reaches and doesn't interfere with your access to the bolt, it should be fine.
What do you mean my access to the bolt? I'm done releasing bolt.
Yeah, correction to my last. Just as long as it doesn't interfere with your access to control the joint while Chris releases the final bolt.
Copy. I'm in a good position. I'm not going to quite get it on yet, but it'll be ready to clamp down as soon as we're ready to come out.
Okay, that sounds good.
I don't think I can get another hook on that, Jessica, unfortunately. Kind of clobbered.
Okay.
What I can do is just put the hook around. Nah, I don't think that'll do anything.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can keep the TrueLock bag over there so that we just... Right now, we pull the PGT and the whole bag moves over and...
Yeah.
Locking it out could help, but then you also have a locked out ret.
Yeah, I don't think we should lock out the PGT.
What if you put a...
Yeah, I can just... Well...
So can you put the other end of that adjustable on you? that's how I had the crew lock bag earlier. So basically, it's like in between you and, as long as it doesn't hamper your access with getting the spare.
Sorry. Sorry, I accidentally rolled.
Yeah, I understand your...
I do actually have my BRT on the scoop already.
Okay, we copy, Jess. Chris, understand you're getting back in that APFR and in a good config. We would like to continue with the timeline with the crew lock bag stowed as it is, if you are comfortable, since we are still behind.
Yeah, I think we can just manage it and be careful.
Copy.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Can you see my left foot?
Unfortunately, I can't.
Okay. I think I'm in a good spot.
Definitely like 2 clicks vertical, but as long as you're in a good position, and you're closer to the spare right now, so that might help you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is this your position for reaching the spare, or are you moving again?
No, I think this will be good. I think I might need to move again to reach the spare to get it, because it's so far aft now.
And that's what we have written for you both. We have you releasing the final bolt, Chris, and then assisting Jess as required to stow it on her BRT, and then you roll to Bravo to access the spare joint after. So I agree. We are ready for that final bolt. Reminder, your settings are Bravo 7, counter 2.
Okay, I'm Bravo 7, counter 2.
Okay, on Jess's go to maintain
Starting
control.
turns.
You can start turns 5.5.
And Williams now working to remove the final bolt securing joint 5 to the can arm 2.
Right. Okay, 5.5 turns.
Feels loose.
And my wobble seems to be stuck on the EDF head.
Yeah, mine got a little bit stuck too. You can just kind of rock it back and forth a little.
The wobble kind of made it a little painful, but it also obstructed the EDF.
Nice work, and we see that EDF is pulled out. You're stowing your PGT, Chris. You can verify all the EDFs are retracted and then release it from soft dock. This will end up on EV2's BRT. Jess, we suggest you lean back in the APFR for good clearance and around 30 seconds to a short handover.
See, and Chris, I already have my BRT on it. So what the plan would be, you can lift straight up.
Yep, I can lift up. I'm on the micro square.
Okay, all right, lift straight up. Ready?
That's off.
Okay, all right.
And with that, the joint is now off.
Okay, I'm going to try to pull it this way.
Okay, I'm going to let go then.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm letting go. You have it.
I have it on my BRT.
And we are in a short handover period between our satellites here, but here in Mission Control Houston, the team continuing to follow along and monitor the spacewalk today. Today's ground IV is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. The team inside Mission Control Houston is being led by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak during this Orbit 2 shift.
I'm going to roll towards this, there.
Copy?
Houston's back with you.
Copy.
Jenny, I've got the failed on my BRT, and Chris is getting into position to get the spare.
Great. Thank you.
Heel's not quite coming out. I think it might be because you're a little bigger.
Yeah. Okay, I'm over at the spare.
Copy. You will be installing your square scoop on the free joint micro square, the free spare joint micro square. The handle will be facing away from the mate demate bolt.
Okay. I'm going to have to reorient things here. Okay, handle away from the mate demate bolt.
Good read back.
That doesn't work because of the bayonet.
Yeah, you're going to have to come.
Well, I got it. It might work.
I don't think it's going to lock.
Yeah.
Come down further to lock. That's the problem I was having.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll have to go.
But that's not, is that going to clear the EDF? I think so.
Yeah, it's kind of between them.
Yeah, we can certainly accept a 45-degree angle if it helps with the scoop.
Yeah. Yeah, the bayonet doesn't allow it to go on otherwise.
Okay, if that scoop,
Okay, that's locked.
copy, that scoop is installed. Now I will have some RET choreography for you. Can you please relocate your mini workstation RET to the scoop that is in the mutt, and then move that RET, which is currently on that scoop, and stow it on the ball stack.
Copy. I'm going to take my RET off of the scoop I just installed, because that is locked.
Stay firm.
And that, pay attention that you're on the barber pole side right now, which is on your side. So that's the scoop that's going to be on your side.
A firm. Okay. And now I am putting a mini workstation RET on this one.
Following the removal of the joint number 5 that was no longer working on the Canadarm2, NASA astronaut Chris Williams is now working to get the spare joint in place for installation.
Okay, I am readied to the spare.
All right, nice work. Now you can remove the RET that's currently on the square scoop, going to ESP2, and temp stow that on the ball stack.
Copy and work.
NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who you see on your screen there, working to configure tethers and get things squared away ahead of the installation of joint number 5 on the Canadarm2.
Actions in maneuvering this spare joint are actually for you to do an inspection on the SSRMS boom side. If you can get good visuals now, that would help us.
Okay, I can, and I can even take pictures if you want. I have a really good view right now. I can see that everything has a great inspection. Everything looks pristine. All the connectors, I don't see any fog.
Great news, and no pictures required.
Okay. Copy.
I got that RET back on the ball stack, and I am ready to the scoop on. Sorry, I think we have something reversed here. So I'm ready to the scoop that's currently, I think I'm ready to the scoop that's on the barber pole side. Oh yeah, no, this is, sorry, yep, this is
That
correct.
should be correct. The point of the RET swap was to set us up for that, for the proper install, but thanks for the check. We want to make sure it's right.
And this view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meare's helmet cam looking directly at NASA astronaut Chris Williams. He's wearing that spacesuit with the red stripes across from her. You can see he has that spare joint just to his side and is going to get that maneuvered over to directly in front of what Jessica's looking at, where they just removed that joint 5 from. They'll then work to reinstall the joint.
Your left hand is on the back side, which is going here where my left hand is.
Yeah.
So you're read it on the wrong side.
Yeah, this had me read to the wrong side, I think. So,
yeah.
Okay, so let's figure this out. Let me just see if I can rotate this around. Loosen this up.
And you can see the black marking on your side now, correct?
Yeah, I can see it on this end of it, yep. And that just makes sense from a topology endpoint. I need to put another ret on here.
Well, you can just take off the one you put on. You can reach it.
I gotta keep it retted. Or I guess it's locked in the mud.
Don't let the spare move any more port.
Okay.
And Houston's following along here. That's a delta from what we were expecting in the procedure, but we know you have eyes on it, so understand the ret swap's required.
What? Just come starboard a little.
Sorry, I'm trying to avoid all of the bad parts.
This looks correct to me because I see the black marking underneath your scoop, the scoop that you're on right now, which is on my side.
Yep.
It's facing opposite than the one that I took off, but I think that that's fine. I'll be able to grab it.
Okay. Okay, so I think my next actions are to...
Are you going to roll more first?
A little bit out, yep, and I got to roll out more.
Yeah, the way this is...
Let me get this aligned towards me.
The way this is written is to have you take control of the spare and, if possible, transfer it to Jess and then roll your APFR.
If you can roll it right now, I think it will help because it's going to be a far reach to get to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Houston copies.
See what I can do.
Just as long as you can still reach the mark, of course.
Okay, that's like a little bit of roll. This is going to be quite a reach.
Yep.
I
think I can lean forward quite a bit.
Okay. I think we can do this. I need to maneuver this to get to the mutt, though.
Your left foot's not locked in.
Yeah.
You gotta lock in first.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how we can maneuver this.
And if you're just joining us, we are now 4 hours and 3 minutes into the 280th spacewalk outside the International Space Station. The goal of today's spacewalk was to swap out the joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, which is no longer working as expected. That joint has been removed and the spare has been retrieved, which you see in the hands of NASA astronaut Chris Williams there wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes. Alongside NASA astronaut Jessica Meare, their next steps are going to be to work to get that replacement joint installed on the Canadarm2.
Stand by right there. I have a good inspection of the mater side, and I have a good inspection. Both sides are passing inspection. No sides, all clear.
Great inspection, both sides of the spare. Thank you.
Unfortunately, the scoop is pointing the wrong way. Okay, I got it.
You got it?
I have control.
You have control. I'm letting go.
I've got control.
Yep, I'm letting go. All right,
I'm actually going to just start moving towards soft dock because I'm very well aligned.
Yep, please go for it. Go slow. I'm ready to it. Looks pretty good. One of the EDFs popped in.
Okay, I'll just pause where I am and I'll wait for you because I can't.
Yep, it's number 1. I can see it popped in. So.
Okay. I'm in a good position. We're lined up. I'm just at, a few more inches to go.
Copy.
I can see 4 clear EDFs. That's 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yep, I just got a little roll. Pulling one all the way out. One's all the way out.
Okay, let's push down.
Okay.
I see good. See, soft dock is aligned. Doesn't feel like it's very tight in that soft dock.
No, I got an EDF in. I got 1 pushed in.
Okay, copy. I can push in 4.
Pushed it 2. And I pushed in 6.
Copy.
Okay, now. Okay, I've got 5. And 5 all the way pushed in. 4 is not going in all the way.
Oh, yeah. You just needed a little wiggle, and it got all the way in.
I see a small gap still between the 2 washers.
Copy.
Okay, I think it's fully in now. All right, 5, 4, and 3 are in.
All right, outstanding work, you two. I'm tracking all EDFs pushed in on both sides, correct?
Stay firm.
Stay firm, yep.
All right. Now we'll need you to both retrieve your PGTs, and we will be driving our EDFs in a star pattern. The first bolt I have listed is for Jess with the ERAD PGT, and that's EDF 4.
Okay.
Happy? Need Chris's help to get
Stand by.
through.
What's been a little stubborn with this APFR.
And as you can see on your screen there, the joint has been soft docked to the Canadarm2. Williams and Mir are now going to work together using their pistol grip tool to secure the joint on the arm.
Can you grab the PGT?
Almost. Okay, I got it.
You got it. I'm going to control the bag here.
Okay. The bag. Let me know if you think it's best to lock out the...
Let me just pull the bag over to me. Okay.
And can you keep an eye on the ret for the PGT? That it doesn't...
I can, yep, it's in a good spot.
Okay. Jenny, settings?
Alpha 7, clockwise 2, EDF 4.
F4. Alpha 7. Clockwise 2 is set.
Good readback. You can drive
This will be
approximately 11 turns at the PGT.
copy.
Chris, you can get set up for EDF 1.
Copy. All right, I'm just going to maintain control of this bag for a moment.
Copy.
had exactly 11 turns. I have good green light, and my torque is 9.2. 4.
Copy. That was EDF 4. Good light, 11 turns, and a torque of 9.2. Next bolt is Chris's bolt, EDF 1. Let me know when you're ready for settings.
Yeah, I got to let go of this bad dress. I'm going to do this, or I can try to see if I can just tether it to me.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest, using that outside.
Yeah, I'll use the integral, and I'll just...
There's a large, small adjustable. And there's an integral.
Yeah. Okay, I've got my PGT, and I've got deeper settings.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2, and we're going for EDF number 1.
A-firm, expect 5.5 turns. Jess, you can get set for EDF 5, but do not start.
All right, starting turns.
And Williams now working to secure joint number 5 on the Canadarm 2.
Okay, that was 5.5 turns. Green light, 16.0 on the torque.
Copy. Good turns on EDF 1. You can get in position, but do not start EDF 2.
Copy.
I'm ready for 5.
You can start turns on EDF 5, 11 turns at the PGT.
Copy. Torqued out after 8 turns on the PGT. I have a good green light, and I have 9.0.
Copy. That was
Looks fully in.
8 turns. We'll call that good for our initial turns on EDF 5. You can get set up for EDF 3.
Copy.
Okay, I'm set up on EDF 2.
You can start on EDF 2, approximately
Ready to start
5.5 turns. Your go.
Copy. That was only 3.5 turns, and I got a... I think it popped out of position. Yeah, somehow it popped into cow.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to continue.
A-firm, we can give you settings again if needed, and we'll hit that EDF again.
Yep, Bravo 2, counter 2.
Good read back. And Chris, can we clarify that you have clockwise 2?
Sorry, clockwise 2, yes. Okay, and I got an additional 1.5 turns, 16 on the torque, and a green light on number 2.
All right, we will call that good for now on EDF 2. Nice work. Jess, we are ready for EDF 3.
Starting 3.
Jess, well, you're turning EDF 3. Chris, your new settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
And Jenny, I torqued out at only 6 turns. I have fall to red torque and a torque of only 2.7. Do you see that does look like it's fully installed?
Copy. We will have you
Need to wait for a retorque or
drive that bolt again.
copy?
We're continuing to get some views of NASA astronaut Chris Williams in that spacesuit on your screen with the red stripes signifying that he is EV1 for this spacewalk. He's utilizing the pistol grip tool, which has been used pretty frequently during today's spacewalk to demate bolts, and now the duo is working to complete that process in the reverse. Now they are reinstalling bolts since the joint number 5 has been reattached to the International Space Station. This was a spare that was already on board the space station.
All right.
9.1, 3 miles.
Thank you, Jess. We are happy with that EDF. That's a good torque. It sounds like Chris needs the ERAD for his next bolt, which is EDF 6. We will have you pass him your PGT, and we'll have new settings.
I have the PGT?
I think he has a PGT.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And here on your screen, we have a really great visual comparison of the 2 pistol grip tools being utilized today. One of them on the right has that special mechanism to utilize those bolts and get them removed and reattached.
Correction. Chris, we would actually like this to be Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2. Copy that.
Should be what was set.
I've got Bravo 2. It was an Alpha, I think.
Oh, that was, my initial was Alpha, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Alpha 7.
Let me see. Oh, yeah.
Chris, as a reminder for EDF 6, we can do the 5.5 turns and then stay on the bolt and re-trigger until we get less than a quarter turn.
Let me see if I can...
I also think, Chris, if you rolled more, you could easily get it, because you're much more vertical than I am.
Yeah, I do need to... I think I just need to roll. Yeah, it's just hard because I don't really have anything to roll on. So I'm going to pass you back to this ERAD.
Got it.
And this view from NASA astronaut Jessica Mears' helmet cam of Chris Williams as he works to secure that final bolt. We're getting a view of Earth behind as the International Space Station flies over the Pacific Ocean.
It goes without saying here,
Minimally, I think.
you guys are doing a great job, so get in the body position you think you need.
And we also have a pretty great view of the International Space Station solar arrays. You see 2 sets of rays, one kind of stacked on top of another. That shorter array is the International Space Station rollout solar array and is the newer, more upgraded solar arrays to provide additional power to the International Space Station despite being smaller in size.
All right, Chris, if you're using your
I've got my
PGT,
wobble out.
then your settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
I've got Bravo 7 set.
Copy. You can drive EDF 6, 5.5 turns, and then re-trigger until you get less than a quarter turn.
Copy, 5.5 and then re-triggering.
And back to utilizing the pistol grip tool to get that final bolt driven onto the spare joint on the Canadarm2, that 5th joint that had a malfunction on May 27th.
Okay, that was not 5.5 turns. That was like 4 turns, and I got low torque. At light.
Copy. We will have you drive EDF 6
re-trigger.
again.
What are my settings?
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Got another half turn.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Yep, I got another half turn, 25.4, green light.
Copy, Chris. We'll have you re-trigger until you get less than a quarter turn.
Copy.
And we are now approaching the 4-hour, 20-minute mark of today's spacewalk. The 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, the third of 2026, and the third of Expedition 74. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is completing his second spacewalk today. You see him there continuing to utilize that pistol grip tool to install the spare joint on the Canadarm2. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir is completing her fifth spacewalk of her career today.
No torque. I think I got a wobble.
Yeah, I think that you need to move the PGT a little bit toward me.
Yeah, it's just I'm not
A little bit up. There you go.
I'm in a great bracing position. There we go. Green light, 25.4, less than a quarter turn.
Great work. Jess, you can drive EDF 4. We'll expect this to be under half a turn, or re-trigger till you get under half a turn.
Copy. Oh, looks like my PGT's turned off again, too.
Copy. Chris, you can get positioned for EDF 1.
Copy, EDF 1.
Okay, I've got a good cal. The LED test battery, 39.5.
Copy.
That was clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
D6. Okay, starting turns on Volt 4.
Copy.
Got a half of a turn. Green light, 16.3.
Copy. We will re-trigger till we get under half a turn.
See? About an eighth of a turn. Green light, 16.6.
Copy. That's a good bolt. Chris?
Let's say less than the eighth, actually. Like.
Chris, you can drive EDF 1.
Yep, I'm ready to
Re-trigger until you get under a quarter turn. Jess, position.
EDF 1, Bravo 7 counter 2.
Copy. Jess, position for EDF 5.
Copy.
Okay, first re-trigger was a quarter turn, second re-trigger was under a quarter turn. Green light, 25.3.
Copy. That's a good bolt. You can get positioned, but do not drive EDF 2.
I'm ready for 5. Driving now.
Go.
That was less than a quarter of a turn. Green light, 15.9.
Copy. That is a good bolt. Chris, you are go to drive EDF 2, and Jess, get positioned for EDF 3.
Copy. I'm working my position. I can't get it from this roll on 2, so I'm going to have to re-roll.
Copy.
I'm in position on 3, but you want me to wait for him to do his first?
Stand by. This bag is getting in a not great spot.
Affirm, Jess.
Copy. Boy, in the pool, the bag was so nice on the aft side, huh? Or the forward side as our.
Yeah. All right, I'm trying to manage this bag and re-ingress. Okay, I'm back in. Just try to tuck the bag behind the scoop. See if that will kind of temp hold it back there.
Also wire tie it if you need it.
And we copy. That looks really good, Chris.
Copy. All right, I got Bravo 7, clockwise 2. And in position.
Copy. Drive EDF 2, and then retrigger until you get under a quarter turn.
Okay, getting rid of the wobble. Okay, that was a quarter turn still. Retriggering one more time. Okay, I got a collar error. Stand by. Just okay, clockwise 2, Bravo 7.
Good settings.
Okay, that was less than quarter turn, green light, 25.5.
Okay, that is a good bolt for EDF 2. Jess, you can drive EDF 3, and then retrig till less than half a turn on the PGT. Chris, you can stow your PGT and verify that the EDF lanyards cannot be extracted.
Copy, it didn't work.
Got about a half a turn, so I did one more, and it was less than a quarter of a turn. I did get a false red torque.
All right, we'll hit that bolt again, Jess.
Copy. Okay, again, that was less than a quarter of a turn. Green torque, 16.1.
Copy. That is a good EDF, Jess. We will have you do the same. Check the pull lanyards and make sure that your EDF cannot be extracted.
And I got 3 good pull checks. Cannot be extracted on 6, 2, and 1.
Okay, and I can verify the same for 3, 4, and 5.
Nice work, you two. Jess, get in position for the joint 5 mate demate bolt. I have new settings for you. And Chris, remove the square scoop and stow it on your mini workstation.
Be in work.
Can you give me those new settings first before I get into position?
Alpha 2, clockwise 3.
Alpha 2, clockwise 3.
Good read back.
And we have now surpassed the 4-hour, 30-minute mark into today's spacewalk by NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir. So you can tell from this view on your screen, they're continuing to work to install that spare wrist joint on the Canadarm2.
Copy. Expect 70 turns at the PGT.
Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades, and is the second for Williams and the 5th for Meir. And this view now from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir's helmet cam, looking across the way at NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who's serving as EV1 during today's spacewalk, wearing that spacesuit with the red stripe on it. We're about halfway through a day pass of the International Space Station. The space station does orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and a sunset is seen every 45 minutes. The space station flies about 250 to 260 statute miles above the Earth at a speed of 17,500 miles per hour and has been continuously crewed since the year 2000. In that time, 292 visitors have spent time on the International Space Station, living, working, and contributing to key science that is a stepping stone for NASA's Artemis program as we return to the Moon and on to Mars.
All right, excellent work, Jess. You can tend your PGT back to the bag, and then you'll be removing your square scoop from the spare joint and stowing it on your mini workstation.
Copy. And for redology here for this scoop, I can just use a mini workstation ret, and I'm going to use it on the Lee anyway.
Affirm, this is the scoop that you will be installing on joint 6 microsquare, so mini workstation's appropriate.
Copy. I have a ret on it.
Nice work.
And it's released.
Copy.
And we did get confirmation that the spare joint, that joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, has been successfully installed. All of the bolts have been driven.
Chris, we'll think about how we're going to pass this failed. Given my body position right now, passing behind would actually be easier.
Okay.
But I don't know if you would need to roll to do that.
Yeah, I think I would definitely need to roll to do that.
Yeah, the way this procedure is written, just so that you have what the nominal plan was going to be, after Chris removes the scoop from the installed joint and tends it to his mini workstation, he's going to roll to a more vertical position, and then you're going to work together to stow that failed joint on the mutt ball stack mud.
Okay, so that will make the pass-off quite difficult because I'm in this forward position. And I probably don't want to take a foot out to try to get more distance when I have the failed on me.
Copy.
Do you agree with that?
Short handover.
Maybe, Chris, I can get it. You're looking at me?
Yeah.
Maybe I can get it into the right hand and get it far enough away.
And we are in a short handover period between our satellites, but will regain communication and view here shortly. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team is being led by NASA Flight Director Fiona Enkowiak during this Orbit 2 shift. Serving as Capcom, as ground IV rather, for today's spacewalk is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. You may recognize her voice from the Artemis 2 mission, where she served as the Capcom for the Artemis 2 crew.
You have a scoop to put on, though.
Right.
Let me get that ready.
So, I'm going to release my DRT. Okay. Out of my DRT.
I stand by. Getting my scoop ready.
Houston
I'm stable.
is back with you, and we agree with the plan.
You just let me know what direction to move it toward you.
Okay, let me just get this knotted.
With the Joint 5 successfully removed and then installed with the spare that was on board the International Space Station, both Williams and Mir are working to temporarily stow the failed joint.
I can arrest the rate.
Okay.
This joint will be brought back inside the International Space Station with them to be sent down to the ground for analysis and possible refurbishment.
Yep. I'm getting the scoop on. I'm just going to get it on as best I can, I think.
Yep.
And then capture. All right, scoop is on and locked.
Okay.
I got control with the scoop.
Okay, and you have a ret on
I have a
scoop?
ret on it.
Okay, so let's leave it where it is right now, so I'll remove my ret.
Copy, you remove your ret. I got it held.
My ret's removed. You have control.
I've got control. Leaning back with it.
Nice work, you two. Chris, we will have you stow the failed joint in the mutt ball stack mutt. We suggest that you stow the unretted scoop in the jaws.
Doing my best. Yep.
Once this joint is temporarily placed by our crew members, the next task for them will be to head back over to the work site where the lee, or that latching end effector, is temporarily sewed in order to grab it and be able to reinstall it on the end of the Canadarm 2.
Okay, I'll give you that before I get out. Half is dry. Gloves unchanged.
Yeah, I'm having a tough reach here. I thought I had it in, but the jaws closed.
Copy, Chris, and if that reach is challenging, either scoop can be in the jaws. It's just a preference.
Yeah, I just, the mutt jaws triggered closed, so I'm trying to...
So if you want, I can take control again if you need for me to reopen them.
That would be great.
Okay.
Coming back to you.
Okay, the scoop's facing the wrong direction. Okay, I've got control.
You've got control. All right, I'm leaning back.
I've got control. Just remember it's redded to you,
Yeah.
so to you,
Yeah.
so.
Super tough reach for me. I'm just gonna go slow. I got the scoop again.
All right, you have the scoop, you have control?
I got control. I'm taking it.
Don't count any more port.
Yep. I have like a foot to go, and I'm like, oh. Try reorienting this way. I can't see.
I might be able to guide you in, but actually I don't know, I don't think so. Come any more port?
I'm still. You think this through?
Pull the mach closer to you.
Trying.
Super, thank you.
Looks better. You got it.
Oh no, not quite. That's what happened before. Jaw's not quite closed.
Change the angle a little bit to get them to close.
Oh, come on. I can't do it from this APFR position, I don't think.
You think it would be easier if you come out of the APFR and do it free flow over the BRT?
Here we go.
Got it?
Red jaws are just not, or the mud jaws are just not popping. It's like in the jaws, they're just not closed. And I can't reach around it.
Chris, we know this reach is super tough. Jess, if you think you can help from outside the APFR, your next actions are still to egress and reset the roll.
I got it. Got it.
Nice job.
Wow, great job, Chris. We know that was really hard.
All right, and we're locked.
All right, gold medal of the day. We copy. We now need to do a RET swap, Chris. So you'll be attaching the testowed RET that's on the ball stack to the joint tether point, and then you'll be taking the free scoop with you on your mini workstation to install on the Lee cluster.
Okay, so I'm going to take the scoop that is not in the mutt off right now.
Copy.
No, I got to do the other order first.
Copy. That's just fine.
Okay.
And with that, we did have Chris Williams successfully get the failed joint temporarily stowed.
Confirm that you rolled your APFR to Lima.
Negative. I'm about to do it.
Copy. Thank you.
A reminder. And I'm in Lima.
Copy. That's a good APFR config.
And I think, Chris, I'm going to get into exactly the same position I was in. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that worked out really well.
And Jenny, I have to put this scoop on joint 6 first, correct? And what's the orientation again?
The orientation is the handle pointing forward, and you will leave your mini workstation attached so that you are the first tether to the lead cluster when we remove it.
Okay, ret from the MUT is attached to failed at the egress to go do that. I'm going to get back in a good position.
All right, sounds great. And your next steps were out of the APFR anyway, so no issue.
Okay, and then I'm going to retrieve the other scoop.
Good, next steps.
Scoop is retrieved and back on my workstation.
Copy, Chris. That sounds good. As you translate to the aft side of ESP2, I will take a glove inspection and HAP check, and then I have big picture words for you both. Copy. Good checks for you, Chris, for HAP and gloves. You guys ready for an update?
Ready.
All right. First of all, nice work. You guys really smashed that. We are just over 4 hours and 45 minutes into this EVA. We have 2 hours of content remaining to reinstall the Lee cluster. We have talked down here, and we will extend the EVA time for this category of task to 7 hours. We want to get your concurrence with that, with the remaining tasks before we continue. Otherwise, I can tell you that you are 35 minutes down on the timeline, and limiting consumable is EV2 battery, 7 hours, 30 minutes. All right.
And with the failed joint successfully removed off of the Canadarm2, our spacewalking duo of NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir are now going to work to reinstall the latching end effector onto that joint of the International Space Station. The removed joint, which is temporarily stowed, is going to be brought back inside the International Space Station and eventually sent to the ground for further analysis and possible refurbishment.
All right, sounds good. And Chris, one more item for you. We think your HECA was inadvertently bumped off. Could we get a check that you push the button back on, please? A firm? That is whenever able. Thank you, Chris.
Both Meir and Williams are working to make their way over to that latching end effector they temporarily stowed earlier following its removal. We are 4 hours and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:20 a.m. Central Time this morning. Today's spacewalk is the 280th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Houston copies, Jess. Copy, TCV of 4 for you, Jess. Nice work, Chris. Chris, as you're getting in position here, my first task for you is to install the square scoop handle forward. Copy, thank you. Good read back. Copy.
Demi, we're coming into a sunset here.
Sunset is a firm.
I just wanted to get a read on how long it was, just so I can figure out the right visor settings before we have.
Yeah, of course. We're tracking about maybe 13 or 14 minutes till sunset.
Okay, and then it'll last for?
Around 30 minutes.
Okay, copy.
A view from inside Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. As we approach the 5-hour mark of today's spacewalk, we're now at 4 hours and 53 minutes. So far, NASA astronauts Chris Williams and Jessica Meir have stepped through a number of procedures in today's spacewalk, including retrieving the spare joint from outside the International Space Station, removing the latching end effector cluster and temporarily stowing it outside the space station, removing the failed joint, the joint number 5 on the Canadarm2, and installing the spare joint on the arm. At this point, the duo is translating or making that way to the area where the latching end effector was temporarily installed in order to place it back on the Canadarm2 following the successful installation of the joint number 5 spare. This is the last major task for our crew members today. The International Space Station has been continuously crewed for over 25 years. As part of that, the mission control team here in Houston has also been continuously crewed, supporting the crew on orbit 24/7, 365 days a year.
After a brief LOS.
Copy. I've got my scoop on, handle facing forward, and I'm getting in position to release some EDFs.
Perfect.
And I'm ready for just settings and confirmation of steps.
All right, your PGT settings are Bravo 7, counter 2, and you will be releasing all of the EDFs that we drove in for the Tempesto. So that's 4, 5, and 6, 5.5 turns each, and then pull them out.
Copy that. I'm going to start on 4. I've got Bravo 7 counter 2 at, and 5.5 turns and pull them out. Need to start turns.
Copy.
And with that, Williams has made his way over to the Tempesto location for the latching end effector and is now going to use that same pistol grip tool utilized earlier to temporarily install the latching end effector to this location to uninstall it in order to reinstall it back onto the Canadarm2.
That is fully extracted. I will note on 4, one of the lanyards appears to have broken. One of the retaining lanyards. The other one is still intact.
Copy. One of the lanyards is broken on 4, but you were able to release that EDF. We are good to continue. Let's release 5 or 6 and just make sure Jess has control still before you release the final EDF.
Copy.
I have control, but I can't come aft enough to have 2 hands on it. I only have 1 hand on it, like we did the install. But if we start moving slowly and you have a hand on, we'll be okay.
Okay, copy that. I'm just getting repositioned to do the other EDFs. Okay, doing 6 next.
Copy. 6 next.
Bravo 7 counter 2 is set.
Good settings.
Five and a half turns. This is released.
Copy. That was EDF 6 released.
And 6 is pulled.
Copy. EDF 6 pulled out. You are go for the last EDF when Jess is ready.
Copy.
I'm ready.
Gonna reposition my BRT here. That I can control somewhat when we pull this out. Jessica, I'm currently redded to the scoop.
Oh my, you can release me
I
that.
should release my red, sorry.
Affirm.
We agree.
I have your ret handy for our swap.
Yep.
We We are now nearing the 5-hour mark into today's spacewalk to swap out a failed joint on the Canadarm2. So far that has been successfully completed, and the crew members are on their last major task of the day, which includes releasing the Lee cluster, that latching end effector, from its temp stow location and moving it back to the Canadarm2 and reinstalling it in that location. Once that is complete, the Canadarm will be powered on to test electrical connections, and further testing of the arm and its performance will be completed throughout this week. Additionally, the failed joint, that joint number 5, will be brought back inside the International Space Station alongside Williams and Mir today to be sent to the ground for further analysis and understanding of the issue and possible refurbishment.
Let me try this body position.
As we have mentioned a couple times during this spacewalk, the arm was designed with replaceable components and planned maintenance in mind and has been functioning well for over 25 years of continuous operations. So repairs to the robotic arm like the Canadarm2 are normal and expected after more than 25 years.
Good settings.
Now, can't get wobble socket too long.
And from this view, we can tell that the International Space Station is beginning to move into a night pass. The space station flies at 17,500 miles per hour and orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, seeing sunset every 45 minutes and a sunrise every 45 minutes.
Are you going to be able to just hold it and play some soft dock while I shimmy around it?
I can't reach the second scoop. Oh, well, yeah, I just can. Yeah, I think so. I think I can.
Okay. I should be able to.
I need your help getting it up.
Yep, I can do that.
But after that, I think I'll be okay.
Okay. Yep, I'm ready to turn.
Okay.
The space station is currently flying 267 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, approaching the tip of South Africa.
And extracted.
Copy.
It should be loose. I see 3 loose EDFs on that here.
I can see 3. I can see 4.
Okay. I'm just going to restow my PGT, and then I'm going to help you get this out.
Okay.
If you're interested in watching the International Space Station fly over the area of the world where you live, you can check out our Spot the Station app as well as our website and enter in your coordinates to see when the space station will be flying overhead.
Control. I have good control.
You have good control.
Yeah, you can stop there.
All right, I'm stopped here. Okay.
I'm in a good position.
You got it held. You have control.
In control. I have control.
All right, I'm letting go, and I'm coming a bit forward. Locking my BRT in. Okay, I got another hand on it.
Okay. Aren't you going to go around to the front?
Okay, do you want to move it forward at all, or you want to keep it where it is?
All right, stand by. Do you have control?
I have control.
Or one hand?
I got
Let
one
me
hand.
just tighten this up a little.
Yep.
I am comfortable where I am.
Okay.
So I'm just going to hold it here.
All right, you hold it there. I'm going to come around forward. I'm letting go.
Okay, I got it.
You got it.
I've got it.
And with that, the latching end effector that was temporarily stowed has now been set free. The crew members are going to work to reposition it and reinstall it on top of that joint number 5 that they swapped out with a spare that was already on board the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 347. Jack, a couple things. So first of all, you have an activity later after the EVA regarding the microorganism. That will be aborted. We won't be able to get to.
Okay, I'm back on the forward side.
Great.
Are my tethers caught on something? Let me just go back and free it.
Let's think about the same position you were in, because the next move will be you holding and me getting into the APFR. So it'll want to be a position where you have max reach to me in the APFR.
Copy that, and stand by my safety tether, these frame handrails just as well, grabbing it.
He's been following along. We agree with the plan. Chris, once you are in that good position with a BRT down, we suggest this is a RET swap.
Sounds like a great idea.
And just a reminder to watch that.
Bye.